Dudes, it is almost criminal to be inside on a day like this. Oh man, it is super nice out. Kinda want to just go outside, but I know we can't. Gotta be here. Anyway, alright. Let's get ready for some KSP here, shall we? Shut that down there. Alright. Outside live stream time. Yeah. Can we do a stream outside today? I have no way of moving my setup all the way out there. Do you have a CO detector in the shop? No? Time to buy longer cords. Cables are not the issue. I have enough cables to stream in Florida and wire it into my setup. It's moving the whole damn thing. All right. Let's play some Kerbal, shall we? Tank Tools cabinet should come with them. All right, let's get ready for the YouTube's video to go live. Yeah. What you're saying is you need a mobile outside rig. I'm saying I'm starting the YouTube VOD. Okay. Stand by for acquisition of signal on YouTube in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. What do we have here? What part are we on? Part 7? For the shuttle style launch pad? Is that what we're doing? That's what we're doing. All right. Let's do this. Let me load up KSP. How's everybody doing on the YouTube side of things? Everything good? KSP, let's go. That's right. So, YouTube, Twitch and I were just talking about it's a nice day, and I kind of hate being inside on a nice day. It's a pet peeve of mine. I've burned a lot of nice days in here, and that's fine. That's okay. But, man, makes me want to get out into the shop and do some work. But, I mean, there's always more work we could do on the car, but I kind of have to wait until we see until we get all the parts. Once again, like, if the people don't know, I have all the parts that I need to finish the shell of the Coronet. The Artemis streams were quite good to me. Any estimate on when the parts are coming in? Probably, well, let me check my email. Give me one sec. One of them has been processed. And it has shipped. Oh, they shipped it in 2. Huh. Okay. Yeah, maybe the end of the week. Maybe. Possibly. Have you recovered from the dono bombs the other day? Not totally, but I'm getting there. These are with mods, Fox. All right. So, here we go, back to the moon. So what I was working on here, guys, is the shuttle launch pad. One of the projects that I said we could get done relatively quick. Can we have a KSP with some rover dude packs and Neartea stuff installed at some point? I'll think about it, Creation. Did you get your taxes taken care of? I am in the clear, Brun, yeah. Taxes are all sorted. Yeah, they're all sorted. I wouldn't have purchased the parts if I didn't. All right, so we're building the idea with this build series here is that we are building a reusable STS style shuttle launch pad. That's not going to be easy. That's not going to be easy. But we're going to do it. We're going to try. So, actually, this is the wrong save for that. We're not in engineering mode 22. I need mission mode. I've actually... I don't want to say this on stream. Now might be a good time to play RSSRO. And if you asked me that before Artemis, I probably would have said hell no. I'm never playing that, go away. But that might be a good time to start it, dude. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it yet, but I'd have to figure out how to install all that stuff. I'm sure somebody will be like, nope, 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 this is what you got to do. You know, like, you know, Artemis 2 kind of changed my mind about stuff. It's like I was saying, guys, like the pressure is off. Like it's good, man. Like we sent people back to the moon. Yeah, we haven't landed yet, but man, Artemis 2 is a game changer. It just feels so good. I don't know. Collected my thoughts, you know. Kind of was like, you know, that's not the worst idea. So here's my shuttle launch pad. It's pretty cool. It's just CCAN. Okay. I have CCAN installed, but yeah, this is the pad is kind of sideways, but where we last left off, we were building the crane for the thing. Here, let me Last time I saw this thing, it was flying away. Yeah, I've since made some improvements. And I gotta remember what we were doing here. So we were building the gantry because we proved out that we could. We proved out that we could put this all together, right? Like, that's what we were doing. I'm pretty sure I proved that it could be done. Oh man, what the heck were we working on? Huh. Can we please bring back getting owned? You can install a new instance of Kerbal on CCAN? Oh, that's kind of cool. You were building Slick 6 at Vandenberg. Yeah, no, I know. We were building the first building, the shuttle assembly building. I'm just trying to remember where we were at exactly. I think we proved that we could put this all together. I wouldn't have started building the crane unless I proved that it could be possible, could be done. We got the external tank and boosters all attached together, and we did launch a shuttle stack with the. Did you leave notes? Let me see. No notes. No notes. Oh, we launched that Shuttle C thing. I remember now. I think we found that the struts for the struts, even with the Kerbal attached struts, it doesn't really like it, interestingly enough. I'm thinking. Let me put this out, and hopefully it doesn't explode into a bajillion pieces. Yeah, we gotta make the crane. Yeah. Give me a second. I just want to see the whole thing. We haven't actually seen this whole thing out on the runway by itself. I saw some movement right there. We're gonna need to have another set of struts there. Yep, so the idea is that you roll the shuttle in here, this thing will pick it up. No, that's not the assembly building. This is the mobile service tower. MST. This thing moves that away. The SAB is over here. Okay. Let me just time warp this real quick. Right there. I see a lot of movement out there. Yeah, we gotta strut that up together. Gotta put a strut there. Probably a strut there and a strut there. Other than that, the structure really can't move because this is gonna be load bearing. It's gonna have to pick up stuff. The shuttle car wash. This is give me one sec. That. Particularly the upside down L-shaped building. That's what that is. That building right there. It's Slick 6 at Vandenberg. Space Launch Complex 6. It was a built but never used shuttle pad. That's that building particularly, if you really want to know. It's a bridge crane. I'm gonna have to build that. It's so we can build the stack. Because I want to reuse my shuttle. That's the idea. I want to reuse the dang thing. This building on the right. Yeah. And then I'm going to have to build the assembly building to work with it, and they have to dock to each other. That's what I was doing. Okay. This one's going to be a little bit difficult to make. Okay, let's do this. All right, so we're building out the structure. I'm gonna need a strut there to reinforce, strut there to reinforce, strut there to reinforce. And then we have to work on the bridge, the crane pieces itself. Okay. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, baby. So once again, fellas, I want to build a fully reusable shuttle launch pad. STS style, solid rocket boosters, external tank, space shuttle. The reason why I want to do that is so I can reuse the shuttle. That structure you saw at the end of the runway over there, it will find its way somehow over here to the end of this, on the end of this flat piece over here. I used Kerbal constructs to build out, it's a mod to build out extra crawlerway. And I want the facilities over here. The idea is that I will send the shuttle up, I will bring it back down, right? We'll bring it back down, we land it here, right? And then I can tow it right back to the pad. And launch it again. Load it up with new payload, launch the damn thing again. Hey, Alex, $5 super chat. What's up? For the one that got away, thanks for keeping up with this one. Excited to see where it goes. Yeah, me too, man. This is a big facility. Cables might not be the worst idea, Halingar. Anyway, we know that we gotta run struts. Oh. Looks like someone didn't run their strut in symmetry. Oh, whammy. So, because I like the cameras, the camera controls in the SPH, dudes, I like to build here. And because we're building in a hangar, we kind of have to build the crane horizontally. Now that's on both sides. There we go. I'm using the triangle as a template here. killer. There we go. Get rid of the template. That's all the struts that we needed. All right, now we need crane parts. Is it possible to make a crawler with the biggest rover wheels? Yeah, you could get away with it. I wouldn't, because they're sprung. You don't really want to use wheels that are sprung. Like they're on suspension. You don't want to use wheels on suspension. With that being said, there are ways. That's all I'm saying. Does this thing actually work? Here we go. We're here. We'll do it. I just built it. So Neo, I built this as a proof of concept one time just to see if it could be done. It can. You can do it. It's just, I didn't really dial this thing in fully. But now you got to tension the tracks. Hold on. There you go. How's that, huh? Check this out. Ready? I have a diff. There's a differential cal controller built in so you can turn. Ready? Let's turn left. But yeah, it's doable, guys. You can. Probably look better if we tension the tracks more. There we go. We need another idler wheel right there. But yeah, Neo, I never dialed it in fully, but it's totally doable. This is in bone stock KSP. Does it work well with load on top? I never got to load testing the thing, dude. I would imagine that it should be okay, but yeah. When this thing does work correctly, when the tracks are all tensioned right, dude, it'll go over anything. You could climb up, you could not climb up a building, but yeah, it works like a tracked vehicle. It'll just go over whatever. The drive mechanism likes to slip a lot, though. I think I need another idler. If we tried to rebuild this, I could probably do it better, but I always say that and then I spend a month trying to make it better. Will it float? I have no idea. I never got it that far. But yeah, we have drive wheels, we have a tensioner wheel, and we have idlers. It's just it's a tracked vehicle to a T. Like, it can't go very fast, but it'll work. You could even miniaturize this if you really wanted to. I could use smaller grip pads and we could make smaller tracked vehicles. This was just designed to move something heavy. Hey, Nassim Man, what's going on? See how the tracks right here, they're bending inward? That's no good. We need another idler wheel over there. I need to move that one forward. Yeah, see, they're binding, the tracks are binding up there, which is not what you want. You don't want that, right? There. See that? That's bad. That's probably why this thing gets out of whack every once in a while. We could try to use the tensioner to eliminate that. That seems to have made it better. I think we're just stretching the whole damn design. Let's try to back it out just a little bit. See if that helps. But yeah, there you go. Tracked vehicle, dude. Yeah, these are all they're using grip pads as for their idler wheels, and the grip pads are also the idler also keeps the track straight, which is what it does in real life. But and see, I built the thing to make it to like have 4 of them, right? We built it. You could make 4 of them. I think when we worked on this as a proof of concept, it was just. When we worked on this as a proof of concept, it was too much. Like, that would have been too much to make a crawler transporter work, but I could do it. Like, it would have been too much for the game. And the cool thing is like you can time warp, it's not a big deal. But see how that track bounces there? If we had another idler wheel right here, this would work a lot better. We could probably go a lot faster. It'll throw a track at high speed. I know it'll throw a track. And when it throws a track, the Kraken gets angry. Part budgets can be a lot higher with the new hardware. Yeah, Viscous, it doesn't need to go fast. I didn't engineer that one to go fast. I engineered that one to work. Anyway, we're gonna build a crane in here. That's the idea. I need to build the rails for my bridge crane now. Let me think. How are we going to do that? How did I do it in the past? I loaded my other cranes up in here. Particularly my SSTO processing facility here. This has a gantry crane on it. It's dual axis too. I mean, might want to just take the whole damn crane. First of all, let's see if this thing works. Oh yeah, no, we did prove that this worked. I already showed that in a previous thing. think I edited fairing craft files for this one too. This one had edited files, I'm pretty damn sure. I just need to see how I made it, because I know that this one works. This one works really well. I did test it before the Artemis streams. Yeah. All right, so... let me think. You know what? Let's go back over to the main pad. And let's mark where we want the crane to be. I think, actually, not I think. I know that I wanted it to be, the bridge crane to be right here. So I'm going to put 2 I-beams as markers there. And then we obviously need left to right translation as far as we can, because we got to put the boosters on the pad and the external tank. Okay, cool. CTS-5, MST, Mobile Service Tower. Modified 427. I really haven't worked on this damn thing in a month. Oh, geez. Man, what happened to April? All right, so what I want to do is route that part there. That's our route part. And dump the rest of the pad. Okay, now we just have the crane. Now we got to do some things with the crane here. I'm gonna kit bash the damn thing with the because this, the reason why I built it in there is because we needed the dimensions, right? So now we gotta kit bash the thing with the rest. So, and I gotta outfit the thing too. So let's put Artemis happened, and then DBF happened as well. That's right. Let's not put that functionality in yet. Let's go over here. And since this is a 2-axis crane, we're gonna pull the 2-axis crane off of this other craft file here. Give me that too. I do believe this crane is a little bit too wide. Okay. I'm gonna actually rotate this in a way where we only need to access the top. We don't need to go down and mess with any other parts of the crane just yet. Can you please open this? Search, select Florida State search kit. What? What am I... Baron, what is this? I want to really make... Whatever, it doesn't matter. What is this? This is the obstruction evaluation airspace analysis. Submit search. SpaceX 215-foot construction crane in Brevard, Florida. Temporary construction crane used from April 24, 2026 to May 2026 to construct a barge superstructure and to lift it onto the barge. Dude. So... Huh. So that's Hangar Alpha Foxtrot right there. That's Hangar AF. Yeah, it is Hangar AF. You see, it is a hangar. So this, they're gonna work on, of course, I Still Love You here. It's located 5,700 feet northwest to the end of runway 13. Well, they're talking about the skid strip. Yeah. So, Hangar AF, guys, for the people that don't know, this is where they, during the shuttle program, when they towed the SRBs back in, this is an SRB reprocessing, or, well, deconstruction facility. Former. They would get this thing right here. This overhead crane, similar to like what the one we're making, right? And they'd bring it down here, and it would pick up the SRB, and they'd break down the casings in here, and you could see that there's the casing holders right there, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the 4 segments, right? I'll bet you there's another set for the other side, and then they'd bring the casings in here and repackage them, and they would end up moving them, because you can carry the empty casing across the causeway. It's not a big deal. They would move the casings from the shuttle program back up here to the RPRSF, the rotation, solid rocket booster rotation and processing facility. And then they'd put the empty casings back in the cars, and they'd transport them back to the booster the booster manufacturing, SRB manufacturing plant, which is it's in Ogden, Utah. So yeah, that's part of the SRB deconstruction facilities for SRB refurbishment, dude. What's the advantage of offloading there versus the turning basin? That's a really good question. I don't know. It's a malleable logarithmic casing. Yeah, I don't know why you'd do that way. Probably because, I was about to say because Hangar AF probably was there, but it wasn't. This was all built during the shuttle program right here in the late 70s. The original, you could see what the original hangars are around Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You could see what the original hangars look like. What were these hangars used for? Missile development, research. During the Gemini program, this is where astronauts suited up and stuff. Now they do all different types of things. SpaceX was using one for a long time. I don't think they use it anymore. SpaceX still has Hangar M. Interesting. So, it looks like they're going to... Well... It looks like they're going to set up a crane here, and they're going to use the old SRB processing facilities here to modify Of Course I Still Love You, and You'll Thank Me Later, for moving boosters and starships around. I mean, yeah. The crane's probably going to be somewhere right here. They'll probably build the superstructure for it right here and go. Baron, that's kind of cool because that tells me... That's kind of cool because that tells me that Of Course I Still Love You... or not Of Course I Still Love You. Just read the instructions, excuse me. That tells me that they're going to be covered like Pegasus, which is pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the idea of flying with a joystick. Harder for sure, but oh my gosh, the immersion. Oh. Yeah, no problem. You're not gonna fit... Well, this is just for construction, dude. Yeah, this is just for construction, Fluffy, because I was like, oh man, they're gonna use this to offload starships? What? No. And, you know, you asked yourself, like, what's the benefit of that? There is none. This is a heavy dock right here. This can take the weight of... Well, it can take the weight of an S-1C, or Super Heavy, or Starship. Interesting, Baron. What about Starship's transports towards 37B? There's no road for that. I suppose if you were flying Space Force Station side, you could offload there, I guess. I mean, but that's just a temporary crane to build the structure. We don't know that for sure. What does Zoidberg think about all this? Oh, he thinks it's fantastic, I tell you. So I do believe I made these a little bit too long. So let's save this. And what happens if I go to modify the length of this thing? Yeah, that's what I thought. I modified these fairing segments to not have these gaps in them. I modified the craft file on purpose. Between fairing segments, the crane can get hung up. And I'm using fairings as rails. And then my crane uses the structural fuselage as the track. Why did we lose signal there? All right, so we're going to have to remake some of this stuff, but... Yeah, I screwed that up. It would probably be better to just make this from scratch because of the way that I built it. Okay. I'm gonna have to modify the fairings again, but all right, so give me an anchor piece. I want my anchor piece radially attached because the crane has to have a radial attachment. Actually, you know what? Let's trick this and use the bottom radial attachment point. You can't see it, but it's there. Right? So now we left shift, hold left shift, move this thing all the way back, and we put it right here. Back of the crane. Having a Bechtel problem? Give me that dang thing one more time. Go. Yeah, you have to build it front to back. There, that's how you do this. All right, so what we do first is we take that whole thing and we turn it sideways like what we had before, right? But now... what the hell are those attached to? Okay. That's the height that we need. So now we need to recenter. And sometimes I like using beams here as a measuring stick. Just to make sure we're on the center line here. Okay, so we have the height and we're centered. Now we just need to modify this to decrease the gauge here. I'm going to move these and make this as wide as possible for more stability. What would happen if you launched the crane? All the SRBs are empty. It would just make a nice big noise, bimch. Yeah, it would just go... Alright, so what happens if we move this inwards here? Yeah, there we go. Beat this thing. I can beat the symmetry hierarchy. Alright, so orientation is all screwed up right now. That's on purpose. It was deliberate. Before I wasn't sure. So now what you gotta do, go in here like this, select that hard point, this one, and then try to move it, and it should move it back into position. You filthy big dog. Problem is I manufactured this in a very specific way that where it had to be in different orientations for different parts. Now, we take this thing, take this piece, move this piece back here, center it. Okay, we know we're centered. Now, we take this sucker, and this is the idle side of the crane, and we move that so the struts are all back into position. Like that. Oh, there it goes again. Screwing up my dang symmetry nodes. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete those and I'll just look at a other version of this. There we go. And now we gotta shorten the fairings again. Dark, I've been... Yeah, this ain't my first rodeo, man. Doing this for a while. Hey, Drama, what's going on? What do we have here? Vehicle integration building that I'm building inside of the spaceplane hangar. You know, I'm almost wondering if we're square here, so get rid of this. Yeah. Nope, not square. Okay. Come on, think. I got it. Watch this. I want to copy it so I can place the fairing there and then I can resize it. But you can't actually copy the dang thing. You have to move it from one to the other to get it right. So here's the trick. Watch this. What you can do is you merge the craft file with itself. Now, that's going to screw me up in a second, but it's okay. So take this. Right? Merge it with itself. Shift left click. Pull that thing off. Delete the merged file. Right? And now you take this thing and you attach it there. And if we attach it into XSim, boom. Boom, baby. Now we can take that fairing. We're still going to have to modify them so they're one contiguous piece. But if we edit the fairings, right? There you go. Now they're cut to length. And now what we need is a set of struts that go from there to there, right? And that's, we got to mimic that strut, the strut path on the other side. So set of struts that go from there to there in mirror sim. And then we need another set of struts that go from here to centered on the carrier beam right there. That's how I had the struts set up here. And if we really wanted to make this strong, we can go there to there. And there we go. That duplicates the strut setup. Save this the way it is. I'm worried though, sometimes, yeah, if you merge a craft file with itself, it erases your cal controllers, which sucks, but that's okay. That's an easy fix. I'm gonna need to redo the hydraulics anyway. The whole important part was to get this all in position. All right, and we've done that to get the crane guides in position. Now, I do believe that I ran strut to fairing here, I think. Pretty sure that's what I did. So, make the fairing big. 2x mirror. Right? And just so the crane doesn't get hung up, what I did was I took the strut. Right? And then we gizmoed it inside of the fairing. Because this part of the strut is not collidable. Okay, that gets me what I need, in terms of track width and stuff. Let me see. Did it delete those as well? Oh, it kept that. Excellent. I am gonna have to remake it, so doesn't matter. Because I do believe it erased this cal controller as well. Yeah, it did. Did it erase my downward cal controller? Yes, it did. Lovely. Fellas, how reliable are the cables in Kerbal attachment system? I mean, we could do it in stock. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just wondering. Like, do they freak out? You're not sure? All right. Since it warrants testing, I'm going to go with what I know. I'll be right back 1 second. Too nice of a day. I opened up the high bay. Very reliable. They only freak out at max length, which is very long. Max length is 50 meters. Man. Yeah, Aldezert, it's really nice. They're SRBs, Drama. Yeah, I'm using SRBs as structure. SRBs are metal tubes. Metal tubes are strong. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo it anyway. So, get rid of the carrier just for a second. Get rid of all the struts. Drama, yeah, I'm using SRBs as structure. SRBs are metal tubes. Metal tubes are strong. Get rid of the carrier just for a second. Get rid of all the struts. We have to redo them anyway, because it's all different length, guys. So I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off and I'll remake the hydraulics from scratch. Because it's all different length, guys. So I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off and I'll remake the hydraulics from scratch. You know what we'll do, dudes, just on a side note? I'm thinking I would really like it, you know, it'd be cool to use the, it would be cool to use Kerbal attachment to get this to work right, but, you know, it'd be a good idea. What's the right way to say it? Let's prove that it works with stock, because it's a, you know, the whole idea is that this is all stock, right? Let's prove that it works this way, and then, you know, if we get that far with the pad, then I'll go test it out with KISS. You know, like Kerbal attach and whatnot. All right, so we have to set the length for the crane. So here's how you do this. Here's the actuator. I'm going to make the actuator from scratch. We need 3 PT, the telescoping cylinders that have 4.8 meters of throw per. All right. Now, we could just do this, right? Okay, that gives me enough, right? This all gives me enough, like it's reaching across the entire thing. Well, no, it doesn't, because this doesn't work exactly, because, look, when they're all compressed, it goes to right there. We don't want to do that. That's no good. Here's how I make a whole gigantic telescoping hydraulic here. So, I take each one of these, and I turn it 5 degrees. Right, let's take another one. And the reason why I do that is just so they're easier to click on for when we go and do this. This is crane. Let's put MST crane LR movement. Right? Mobile service tower crane left to right movement. If we go into our cal controller and we open it up, then we go into our action groups, right? And we click on the cal controller and then we click on each one of these things. First of all, I got to make sure all the settings are right. We don't want any damping and I don't want high traverse rate here. Actually, an easier way to do this would just be here. Watch. Let's get this configured how we want. I don't want this to move quickly. I don't want it to be, I don't want its movement dampened. Movement dampening kind of smooths out the movement, so it's not as jittery. With a crane, you're not moving fast at all, so you don't want a lot of that. All right, so if we go into here and we take our target extension rate, right, and we go from 0 and we take the second point here on and set it to 4.8, right? That means over 5 seconds here, you'll move back and forth. This is what a cow controller does. The cow controller is now controlling the movement of that, right? But we don't just want one, right? We don't just want one piston. One piston isn't going to be able to move the shuttle, the shuttle piece, this piece all the way back and forth, right? We don't want that. Can't have that. It needs to be able to move it all the way so it bottoms out over here. Or, you see what I'm saying? Here, you know what I'm saying? So what we do is we go back over here, take this, copy it. We rotate the sucker 5 degrees, left shift and left click in rotation will move it. And then we take this thing and we move it back. Right? Now watch. I don't mind clipped parts, especially doing this. It doesn't really bother me. Now watch. Now we can move that there like this, go into the cow controller, select the next hydraulic, target extension, copy that same curve, move it over here, move this back to 0. Now watch this thing. Ready? That gave us about halfway the movement right there. Pretty good. Still not enough. So we'll extend the whole dang thing, right? And then let's copy the 2 cylinders. It's a cylinder. It's stuck and it's a cylinder. Now take the 2 cylinders. I'm going to rotate that one 5 degrees offset to the other one. And then that one 5 degrees offset to the other one. Now, you guessed it. Look, that almost gives us the throw that we're looking for. But I'll show you. Target extension. If we paste it to all 4 cylinders, now we got a problem. We got to move that. This one right here. Get out of AGs for a second. I do believe that's right. Now, yep. All right, does that give us the throw? I'm pretty sure that 4 of them is exactly what we want. So, take this thing, take the shuttle, attach the shuttle, right? Now watch. If we set these to same vehicle interaction, when we take this thing and we put it out there, these pieces will be hugging the fairing pieces. And look at that. Almost perfect. In fact, it gives us a little too much, which is fine. That's okay. What we can do is we can plus in a point right here. That is the maximum throw, 4.67, all right? Delete that point, set the maximum value to that same amount, right? Adjust the curve, copy it, paste it, paste it, paste it. Now, if we go to max throw, it's perfect. Cool. Now, that's our gantry crane. That's our x-axis on our gantry crane. That's left, right. Actually, that would be y. That's our y-axis. So that left, right, x-axis would be forward, back. Z is up and down. We haven't done the up and down part yet. We'll do that one last. Okay. Now, take this whole shebang and bang here. Save. Make sure we saved. Now we rotate this sucker back into position. And look. perfectly aligned. Now we have the left-right, so we can move the shuttle back and forth. Perfect. Now we got to do the forward and back. So save this. And what we got to do is disconnect that thing that we just made. Just put it over there for a second. Now we got to do the same thing here. I'm going to guess 5 cylinders, maybe? So make another cow controller. Put the cow right here. Go in here. This is mobile service tower, crane, forward back. Right? That goes with our cow controller over there. What do we call that one? Forward back movement. Okay. Sweet. Now we go into forward back movement. Go here, target extension, target extension, target extension, target extension, target extension. And then I made more steps for myself, but we have to adjust the traverse rates. If I just made one set, put one down, set it, and then went from there, all of them would have the same setting, but that's okay. Now we'll set the curve to maximum throw again. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Ready? Cool. Now what we do is we go back into movement, the movement editor, and here's what we do. Offset one by 5 degrees, gizmo it back into position. Offset the next one by 5 degrees. Gizmo it back into position. You guys see where I'm going with this. All right, cool. Now, let's see if that's enough throw. Hey, Ghost Rider, 49-month resub. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and say that that's enough. All right, so back this thing out. Now we take the other axis, flip that sucker around, and attach it. But we got to be careful, right? Because we built this thing this way. So some of the struts might be a little wonky here. Sometimes you just have to replace them. It happens. Sometimes that works. Okay. Save all of our work. Now rotate this bad boy back into position. And then we can take the whole thing and just move it forward just a little bit. Go. Okay, so now we should have left, right. Good. And now we should be able to get forward and back here. And you guys know the drill. Max throw for this. We don't want it to go much further than this. I'd say there, and that's it. Any more, and it's going to bind. It'll fly off the tracks. We obviously don't want that. Let's see if we can go into a little bit more finite. Right there. We'll give it some breathing room. All right, where's that point? Plus that point in 4.28. So set this to 4.28 right? Adjust the curve, copy it, copy it, copy it, copy it, boom. Now, there we go. Okay, we have X-axis movement right there, and then we have Y-axis movement right there. Bingo. Good stuff. Okay, so now we got to make sure our rails are secured here. So let's go into Mirror Sim, and we're going to run our struts to the fairings. I always take the time to make my strut work nice. Always. The reason why I do it is because that's a good indicator that I placed the strut there. Does that make sense? If I see a strut that's going off in a wonky direction, it's most likely not mine. It's or not mine. It's not a strut that's doing what I want. And then just so that it doesn't get bound up on this, we move these here and here. Right? And once again, I'm working in mirror symmetry here, so we don't mess anything up. Not mess anything up, so the struts go on the other side as well. I'm worried about messing something up, which is why I'm being very deliberate about how I do this. And the backside is already attached here, so we don't need to worry about that. All right. Okay, we can get rid of the I-beams there. I can get rid of the I-beam that I was using there for measurement. Killer. We do need to go, we still need to go edit the fairing files, but yeah, that's good. All right, so the next thing that I'm going to do is put batteries on this thing. We're just going to hide the batteries up in the rafters here for now. What did each of those carry? 1,000 units of electrical? All right, and then obviously we're going to need a probe core. Just put a probe core up on the top, and then hey, every building nowadays has solar on the roof. Why not ours? Cost an RTG up there? No. The solar charging the batteries should be good enough, dude. If not, we just increase the battery power. Does KSC's HOA allow for solar? People live here? I was looking for programs in colleges after high school and I might have found one. That's good. Focus on schoolwork right now, cousin. Wouldn't you? No, I would not want to live anywhere near KSC. You see some of the catastrophes that have happened at this place? What are you, out of your mind? I would, no, I don't need to do that. All right, killer. So now we take this whole thing, rotate it this way. So now the building is on its side here. You. Now we got to make the y-axis, or the z-axis, excuse me. So this is just this needs to just reach down all the way to the bottom here. Oh, that's the wrong piece, idiot. Those are strut to fairing. We gotta redo those. It's okay. MST. Crane. Up. Down. Movement. Up-down movement right here. Target extension. Put this window up. Set that to maximum length. Copy. Paste. 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 Elmer's glue. Paste. Paste. Elmer's glue. Cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Index, 73-month resub. Okay, let's see. Is that enough? One more. Okay, so, ready? Perfect. That gives us what we need. Move that back up there. Do this. Get rid of that. Now, what we gotta do... I like putting this, like making this centered in the housing. I think it looks cooler that way. Let's just make sure the cow controller is clickable. I like to put the cow controllers in places where they're easy to click on. Fist my bump. Alright, so now give me one of these. Another G11 hinge. Right? And we want no damping and no traverse rate on that one. We can keep them motorized and then turn them. I have two of them on top of each other like this, and that makes a universal joint. But I'm going to do something a little bit different that I haven't done in past crane designs. I'm taking an ore tank, right? I'm taking an ore tank and I'm putting it down here. Anybody know why? And I'm filling the stupid ore tank with ore. And then we can put a docking port on the edge. It's called the crane block. Yep. Did you figure out the hydraulic drift problem we had when building Freedom's rocket gantry? I have a theory on how to fix it. Yep. It's ballast, because when this thing is fully extended, you want it to stay as straight as possible. You don't want it doing this. In real life, it's so they don't blow around in the wind. But here, it's just it's a, more weight at the end of the pendulum. It'll want to straighten out with gravity. That might not be enough of a block here, but we'll see. So now, if we enable this cal controller, here's what we do. And that... Use the bigger docking ports as the connections are stronger. They're not. They're it doesn't matter when you're pulling like this, Creation.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I don't want to use a big docking port because then all my brackets have to have big docking ports. This strength is more than adequate for what we're trying to do. Hey, 7. 53-month resub. Thanks, dude. So, Lava Eagle, my way, I think, of preventing drift is to have an air brake that holds this thing. Every time we go to stow the thing, right? Every time we go to stow it, this air brake pushes up against it, and it'll prevent gravity from stretching it. Pretty sure that'll work. We'd have to test it though, but I'm pretty sure it'll do it. We can just put that there to make it look cool. It's a little goofy, but it'll work. "4x sim on the air brakes, clamping onto 2x or tanks to 90 degrees on the killer at the top." I think this is minimum viable, Creation. I'm happy with this the way it is. Actually, we don't necessarily need that just yet. We don't need to put Kerbals on this to test it. What I do need to do is bind up AGs. So let's go translate left, right. That's left, right translation. We need to bind that to left, right. Play position. Incremental control. Speed controller as small as possible. And then we need to set all of our increments on the controllers to like 30 seconds so they go slow. We're going to have to dial them in over time. Everything's set to 5. Actually, you know what? I'm going to set it to 60. I really, really don't want this going fast. Incremental normal, save, forward and back, play position, go there, incremental normal control, cool, save. All right, dudes. Let's go over here like this. And let's try not to break this thing, shall we? How many parts did it end up? 218. Not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna have to put some stuff in here to make this thing look nice, dude. But yeah, it definitely is a little jank. We'll put some stuff in to make it look more building, less octopus. Yes, Creation, we can do that. That's something you dial in after using it a little bit. Have you thought about trying to do something like a NASA's Ignition in KSP, maybe even an RSS? No, I haven't, because I'm having fun with this. All right, ready? Left. Those controls are inverted. Nice. Some of the struts got messed up. Okay, before we have a problem, let's recover. Les, I don't know. The moon base and stuff, we could do that. I got a problem though. I hate NASA's architecture. I hate it. I can't stand it. It's woefully inadequate. Like even with Starship, like I don't like it. I don't like the idea of launching a super heavy launch vehicle just to get people into space so they can dock with a lander, and then I don't like doing that. But, I mean, here's the thing. I don't like it personally. That doesn't mean I'm not going to cheer it on. You know what I mean? I want them to succeed, obviously. Right? I just think the architecture is horribly fragmented. But, like I said, I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud. It's better than nothing. Let's do an EJ program, not NASA. That's probably what I would do if we were going to do that, can it? Something went a little funky with the struts over here. Oh. Don't like that. Okay, I gotta go into Notepad here for a second. How I believe this works is delete all the body of this. Now, if we go in here and reload, That should make the cylinder, the thing like one cylinder here. Yep, see? That one became one big cylinder. See how this is one gigantic one and this is like a bunch of sectionals? Cool. Here's the next one. We just got to do the same thing. Leave the first two, because that gives us the width that we need, and then go all the way down here. Find the bottom. That's the cap piece, and bye-bye. Save. Do it again. This makes it so there's no ridges in the fairings and the gantry crane can move smoothly across it. Just got to do this to all four of the fairings on this thing and then we're good. Reload the file. Good. Okay. Start with that in the deployed position. Okay, let's try this again. Something is very wrong with those struts and the way they run. But see how you get smooth control here? We're gonna have to rerun those struts. That's not great. See that? That should not be doing that. I'm just looking for anything to bind up. I'm gonna set all three axes to the furthest throw they can possibly go. So full forward from one side to the other and then all the way down. This looks like your DIY 3D printer. Yeah, yeah, 3D prints rockets. Might want to extend the downward throw there, dudes. Is that an extruder, or you're just happy to see us? You can build with code in this game? You can code things, sure. Yeah, with the ore tank down there, that stays a lot straighter. Cool. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card. I strung a bunch of telescoping hydraulics together and it's basically working like a steel cable. It's close enough. Do you have it bound to IJKLHN? Yes, I do. Yep. Left and right, or J and L are left right. I and K are up and down, and H and N are forward and back. The only really weird thing that I've seen is whatever's going on right there. With this front right piece, I just think I need to rerun the struts and this thing will get a lot more sturdy. You've been homework maxing, Wartaz? Nice. And this should push it all back into position. It kind of is working like a 3D printer, huh? Hey, Cardi, how are you? I'm gonna redo the struts on either side there. Other than that, that works really good. I also think we should add another cylinder to this to increase the throw so it can go all the way down to the ground. Is this AutoCAD? No, it's Kerbal. What do you think is causing the struts to do that? It has to do with me placing the struts not in the correct reference frame for the symmetry node that those struts, that is the symmetry node attribute that's applied to those struts. No, that wasn't a collection of words. Long story short, you remember when I brought it in, Rebel, and the struts were going in all different directions? That's why. Is this going to be able to lift something heavy? Like, does weight factor in for KSP lifting? Yep. Bimsh, this isn't my first rodeo with building cranes. Yeah, Kerbal is a physics simulator at the end of the day. You have to take all that into account. So here's what I'm going to do. If we remove that strut from symmetry and get rid of it, right? And then honestly just do that. Okay, it didn't like that. Okay. Long story short, dude, it didn't like picking up the struts over symmetry like that for some reason. The other thing I didn't put in here is a set of struts doing this. Hold on. There. That should reinforce this whole thing. I think we're good. Let's try it again. Oh, I also have to invert left, right. I think we are good. All right, let's see. Let's see if that fixed it. I think it fixed it. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it probably did. It's because we were inverted, Ops. You know, we were inverted and then having a little Morty nap. We were having, oh, why are you disturbing me, mate? I was having a little Morty nap. All right, let's see if it freaks out up there. Okay. Yoink. Oh, yeah, dude. We have the tools. We have the talent to be able to beat the Kraken. Left actuates left, right. Ba, 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 da, ba. Nice. We are a smooth operator. Gantry cranes, dude. Cool, huh? Are you crane certified? Oh, I'm crane certified, dude. Don't you worry. You could now automate this using KRPC since you now have a 3D vector basis for your crane. We could, couldn't we? Tyler, yeah, I don't think we got to do it. I think we got everything that we need here, at least for one of the cranes. I'm certifiably, yeah, certifiable crane operator, right? 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 How much could it lift? I can up the lift rating, guys. Just on a side note, we can do that. Sick. Is this for Kerbin or is it going to the moon? This is for Kerbin, Bake Sauce. I could put it on the moon. I don't know what we'd do with it on the moon, but yeah, I could put it there. We'd need a flat surface to operate it or else it'll tip over, but yeah, of course. It's a mini VAB. Yes, that's right. That's exactly what it is. This is what your boy does, dude. We make it look easy. Rock with you, boys. Damn, son, where'd you build this? It's pretty good, man. Real crane stuff. Craneaholics. Real crane stuff. Craneaholics. We make it look easy. Lift with your boys. Damn, son, where'd you lift this? Please grow your beard out until the next moon launch in 2028. No. Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't like it when it gets too long. It just gets to be a pain in the butt. Eachber, 11K. Yeah, right. Good. Good, 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 good.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I'd probably focus on my own and then teach you guys lava if I was going to do that. And yes, I've thought about it. Yeah, Tyler, it's a mobile service tower. It needs to be able to move away from the pad. It builds the shuttle on said pad. You got to be able to move it somehow, dude. Does it need any diagonals? The grandparent struts in the game are the diagonals, dude. So no, but they're there. I'll show you. Give me a moment. Just drive the truck over there. It's remote control. You can tell because of the thing on the top. This is my K200. It's 12 tons. Should be a good place to start. Pretty good little truck. Yeah, it's got the doohickey at the top. All right, so when we get within 200 meters, it's going to start physically simulating the thing. So let's see, any bounce? Nothing. Nope, she's good. Yeah, we made the truck go fast. Okay. You ever do RSS? What do you envision yourself doing? Continuation of the shuttle program? Probably launching to space, Ellingar. Your brain is big. These Kerbal designs weren't even thought of by the developers. Yeah? I'm doing okay. What's the structure? Gantry crane. Twitch. It's for building rockets, particularly a shuttle stack. I want to be able to build my rockets outside of the VAB, so I can reuse my space shuttles. Uh-oh. That's the maximum throw. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be a problem. Alright, here's what we do. Why didn't the damn truck move? Nope. Okay. I can lift the trailer up. This is not really what I should be doing, but... So I think we need to add another throw to the crane. good. Something blew up. We lost a fuselage. Docking at angles like that never, ever works. Yeah. That's why you want to make the throw go all the way to the ground. Yeah, it's pissed. What the hell's going on there? Yeah, whatever. Good enough. Well, it can lift the truck. It was a little roundabout way of doing it, but it can lift it. Oh. Yeah, I'll figure it out. The roof caved. The whole thing's sagging because of that Kraken strike. That's the kind of stuff you want to avoid. All right, I saw what I wanted to see here. I should have dropped it. Sorry. I know that's what people want. There's some upgrades we can do. You guys are saying my brain is big. Not big enough. So I'm adding another throw. There we go. Definitely need another if you're adding wheels to the gantry. You should never be lifting anything with the wheels deployed, Brownfield. That's just for moving the crane, dude. Never, ever pick up something on sprung weight in Kerbal. That's a great way to die. Almost debating if I should put struts here. You know what? We'll try without it. If it needs it, it needs it. So here's what we'll do. Instead of driving the truck all the way over there, just give me a docking port, right? And then let's do this way. So Drew, if you're over in the other chat, you were asking about diagonals before. Here, let me show you. There's a thing that you can do in Kerbal where you can run invisible struts. They do it for game performance, and you can run what's called a grandparent strut. How's that for diagonalizing? This structure is triangulated all over the place. What I'm thinking is some horizontals here might be a good idea. Just putting a horizontal here, horizontal there. Just to tie everything in together. But yeah, it's already triangulated. They did that to make it so you could save parts. Save the part count. Save the part count! Okay, so this is 36 tons of fuel and tank. Let's save. Let's try this. Save the part tower. Yeah, grandparent strutting, yeah, really works well. Starwalker, that's just it stretching. Yeah. It was struck by the Kraken at 10:04 p.m. Undock. Yeah, everything stretches a little bit, dudes. You gotta let it have a little bit of stretchiness. The key is you don't want too much stretchiness. Too much stretchiness, it'll start breaking. Bobby, I have a dilemma. Should I set my alarm in 3 hours to see the Atlas launch? It will be at 2:50 a.m. I don't know. Depends on what you're doing tomorrow.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dak, what's going on? 50-month resub. Thank you. You just got to be patient. The cleaner you can get this dock, the less likely the Kraken is going to kick you in the nuts. See, that was not doing that. Excuse me. I gotta go puke now. I just blew up all my damn fairings, man. Structure stayed nice and strong. It's just those things that blew up. Starwark, that's not a bad idea. I'm just thinking, dude. Clip is pretty solid. Here, hold on, Tyler. Let me post it again, dude. There you go. I'm wondering if there's another way to do this. I had some flashbacks to older mission mode saves that I'm just like, you know? Crap. There must have been a trick I was doing. There had to have been. You doing all right? I'm doing fine. I'm thinking, dude. Let me try something. I gotta stretch. Trying to get into a habit of doing this. Yo, Fluffy, I'm thinking, dude. That's all. Dude, I used to spend hours just sitting here doing this, just figuring out the perfect way to do something. It's not the best streaming content, but it is fun. All right, Antari, see you, buddy. So what I'm going to try to do here is I added a cow controller that basically makes the hinges at the top and bottom of the up and down axis of this thing go limp. Basically unpower them. Limp mode. See? Yeah. It's not really what I wanted, but oop. The idea is that this will allow slack in the line. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. I'm pretty sure this is how I used to do this. Have you seen the video of a guy working on a Lego engineering project and he just keeps iterating on it, kind of like what you do in KSP? No, I haven't seen that. Dave Limp mode. Yep, Dave Limp mode. Dave Limp, Dave Limp, Dave Limp. So the idea here is that we put slack in this thing, because this thing staying rigid, I think, is what's causing these things to blow up. Just found out that Concorde flew this year from JFK to Heathrow. Had I known, I would have made the effort to go see her fly once again. Where'd you hear that? I'm fairly confident that that did not happen. All right, so let's put docking vessel acquiring force, right, on here, and it's gonna, yeah, see? And then enable force acquisition. Let the magnetization do its thing. Why is he building this? Try to keep it classy during the day for me, Joel. I'm building a crane so I can build rockets, dude. I want to reuse my stuff, so you need a crane to lift it up if you want to put it back on a launch pad. All right. Let's see if limp mode saves us. Ready? Nope. Why those ones? Why those ones? I don't understand. Why not these ones? We're dealing with a collision problem here. I know what it is. I know what it is. It's a strut that I forgot to run. Or at least, well, that's the theory. Shark Tales, you linked me a YouTube video. What is this? This is a YouTube video from Worldwide Dom. Saying, I flew Concorde.
Famously retired in 2003, but today, for a special one-off event, Concorde once again takes to the skies.
And that is why we are at Heathrow's Terminal 5, because I never, ever thought I would ever be saying this. But today, we are on a one-off flight on a refurbished Concorde from here in Heathrow over to New York. I cannot tell you how happy I am.
Oh dear, Shark Tales. Oh dear. Posted April 1st, 2026.
Hello.
Yeah, there's nobody on this plane.
Here we are then, actually on.
Why are all the seat covers on? Well played, but also... Yeah, so look, all right. I've been on a Concorde, all right? I've been on the one in Intrepid. I've been inside of it. Those are the covers. those are not on the plane when they're in flight. See the covers on the seats? I know because I had somebody that flew on the plane many times tell me this. Now, this dude did get inside of a Concorde. That's definitely the Concorde's interior. It's pretty close. What a dick. That's funny. That's funny. Let me see a picture of it landed at JFK, and then we'll talk. Name 3 Concordes. What gate is he at? This is gate 3 on one of the terminals at JFK. Tower's over there, facing that way. Concorde wouldn't fit. Too big. I mean, it's too long for that gate. Concorde would be back here somewhere. Nice April Fool's joke from the dude, for sure. Yeah, you'd need this kind of gate, or that one right there. Close enough for me. That was impressive. You just know where the gate, JFK and the gate is and everything. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm good at GeoGuessr. Now, Concorde did land in JFK. It used this runway. That's the only runway kind of long enough in the area. But I do believe Concorde did not use those gates. Those gates aren't big enough. Concorde is really long. It's not very wide, but it's very, very long. And what are you doing over here? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what gates it used, dudes. I don't remember. Not that I ever actually looked that up, but whatever, I guess wherever you see like international, right? It would have been the international gates here. So there's a couple 777s right there. There's a 747-400 Lufthansa. Probably was this one of these gates here, if I had to guess. You can go back in time on Google Earth to 2003. Yeah. But what are the odds you're going to catch one here? Well, this is from 1994. Oh, no freaking way. No freaking way, dude. There's no way. Holy crap, it could go to that gate. Dude, I was thinking it was too long, dude, but yeah, no, I guess you could put the nose way up there. Dude. That's awesome. Well played, sir. Well played. Very nice. Very nice. I don't know how he hooked that up. But yeah, that gate's absolutely big enough for Concorde. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, the nose would have to be way up there. Huh. Wow. I've never been happier to be wrong. That's really funny, dude. That's really funny. Out of all the gates, what are the odds of that, dude? That's pretty good. And how did Homeboy get the right gate, dude? That's got to be just coincidence. That ramp's been encroached on since as well, has it? Let me see. It doesn't look like it, dude. How did he... That's got to be just coincidence, man. That's just weird, man. And I'm sitting here going, I'm like, nah, dude. You know, so my original thought was if you have the nose like all the way up here, this thing is going to have to articulate all the way up there because the door is by the nose gear. So the nose would have to be way over here somewhere. But is the snoot drooped? If the snoot is drooped when it's at the gate, then yeah, it ain't no problem. I'm thinking like if they lined up Concorde right here, right, the back of it would be over there somewhere. And that's pretty much right. Yeah, look at that. It can fit there. See what I mean? It's not very wide. It's just super, super freaking long. They should still be flying, or better yet, improved upon. Yeah. That's so strange that... I wonder if this dude realizes he did that. The snoot had 3 levels of droop for taxiing, landing, etc. Yeah. You should read the comments. You literally just broke my heart and I'm crushed. Yeah, see, dude, if the Concorde was flying again, I would have heard about it. I would have heard about it the second that news broke. Because, yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite passenger planes, dude. It's probably that and then the 7.4. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's how it'd be. Dude, but what are the odds that it went to the same freaking gate, dude? That's so bizarre, man. I wonder if anybody else pointed that out. $747 because of the shuttle? No, $747 because it flies higher than any other passenger liner. 747-400 can cruise at 0.85 Mach at 40,000 feet. That's ridiculous. Not even 74-8s can do that. He talks about the process he used to set it up at the end of the video. Does he talk about the gate, though? All the Concordes are as disabled as F-14s. I know. Well, Boom Supersonic is working on stuff, dude. Blake Scholl seems to be committed to it, so... we'll see. I can't believe I didn't get got by the video, but I got got by the stupid gate. Like, that's typical EJ luck, though. For real. That's typical EJ luck. Like, I don't get got by the video, but right after that, though, no, you're wrong about the gate. Like, all right, sure. Sure, man. Yeah, why not? Like, that's, yeah, I was like, no, that's not a thing. The video didn't fool me for a second. The stupid freaking gate is what got me. I mean, seriously, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that to make me look stupid? All right?
This
I
is
mean, I'm
space.
already
I'm in
stupid. I
space.
get it. But, like, out of all the gates, how many gates does JFK have? Oh, there's another one over there. Get fricked. All right, cool. Should have looked at that one first. Wait a minute. 2 of them at the same... Oh, that's bullcrap, dude. Yeah, well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, one's BA and one's Air France. Oh, man, if only I just zoomed in on this gate first, dang it. then it wouldn't have been as bad. But, dude, what are the odds of that? The freaking gate, that is the gate that he is at. That's gate 3 at whatever terminal this is. Yeah, the fact that we don't have that anymore is stupid. I hate regressing like that. That's dumb. Oh, you know what? Just on another side note, the freaking world port was in this. There's the world port, dude. TWA world port. You want to see that? Here, hold on real quick. It was this gnarly looking terminal, dude. Or no, that's not TWA, it's Pan Am. I'm an idiot. Check out this picture. Boom. It was this super cool mid-century modern terminal thing. Isn't that like a hotel? I'm pretty sure that's not much of anything anymore. Pan Am, like from the Hunger Games. No, Pan American Airways, dude. Pan Am was a higher-end American carrier. Think of something like analogous to like Emirates. It was that. It was high-end American airliner. Yeah, dude, there's some really cool pictures of the world port from here, I'll show you. Just on a quick little tangerama here. There's some really cool pictures of it from the 60s when they first built it, and it's like it was originally envisioned as like a covered terminal. This was like real cutting edge stuff for the time, so like look. Like, it has an awning over the airplanes. Only the tail sticks out. Like, so, you know, you didn't have to worry about stuff getting wet. It's actually a super cool idea. Nobody's ever done it since. I bet you there's a good reason for it, but... But, yeah. Yeah. World port. What plane is that? That's a 707. Actually, we can look it up. November 712 PA. We can look it up. November 712 Papa Alpha. That 707 is no longer in existence. Yeah. The plane experienced an uncommanded and rapid descent of 29,000 feet, 8,800 meters from 39,000 or 35,000 feet. With the autopilot engaged, the captain left the cockpit and entered the main cabin. Okay. The autopilot disengaged and the aircraft smoothly and slowly entered a steep descent spiral. The co-pilot was not properly monitoring the aircraft's instruments or the progress of the flight and was unaware of the actions of the aircraft until considerable speed had been gained and altitude lost. During the rapid descent, the co-pilot was unable to effectively recover. Captain was able to return to the cockpit with the aid of other crew members, was finally able to regain control of the aircraft at approximately 6,000 feet. They later made an emergency landing at Gander with damaged flaps. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Something overspeed. Overspeed. Yeah. Bendix autopilot. But on February 3rd, operation was found to be normal on arrival at Gander. The disengagement warning light was fully dimmed. It sounds like he bonked the autopilot switch when he got up. I'm fairly confident that that's what happened. He bonked the autopilot switch and the co-pilot wasn't paying attention. Oh, so yeah, that plane people survived. They recovered and they landed, but yeah, that plane's probably junk. It said it was operated by a number of firms after that and then scrapped in 1984 in Taiwan. Huh. And yep, there's a picture of that exact plane at the Worldport. So somebody asked, would you see any Connies at the Worldport? No, not the right era. Look at the swirlers on the engines. Yeah, very nice. Whoops. But anyway, yeah, a little bit of a tangent. The Worldport is super cool. It was operated by Delta and then they scrapped it. It was in James Bond movies and stuff because of its cool design. And then they built whatever this is. It looks like a train station. Then they built this terminal, which is, you know, just another glass box that looks like a de-rendered polygon. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, look, another terminal that's a box. Lovely. I miss the Worldport now, dang it. Worldport. Worldport. Cool. Anyway, yeah. Shark Tales Concorde tangent. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude, that's sick. Look at that thing. It's cool. Can we build cool stuff like that, please? I mean, we still do, but can we like also do it some more? The problem is that this fairing has no struts attached to it. So let's do that. And let's attach a strut there. And let's attach a strut there. And now, here, we need a strut there. And then we need another strut in the same exact spot over here. Right here, see? And now I want to play Flight Sim. Huh. I saw a Mayday about how some of the planes would disengage autopilot if you lean on the yoke for 30 seconds. Ah, yeah. The computer was counting down until it had an excuse to do a barrel roll with 200 passengers on board. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. What do you think a real life spaceport would look like? There's one. What? Now, Turbine, I understand what you were saying. Hang on. My neighbor's burning off brush. I'm going to shut the garage because it smells like fire in here. Okay. Now, if you're wondering, so Turbine, I do have ideas about how all this is going to work. If you really want my honest opinion, people think I'm nuts, but, you know, people think I'm nuts anyway. So you see what we got right there? Here, let's just see if we can scrub through to find some footage of Starship moving around. Well, that's good enough. See that right there? I personally think that right there is Starship taxiing to a runway. If you really want my honest opinion. Think about it. What is it going to look like? Well, all your there, you know, you could put a crew access arm on the tower if you really wanted to. But I think that's complicating things. If you really want my opinion, I think that's complicating stuff. Why put a crew access tower there? Why send people up the tower in the first place? I don't think that that's the right move here. It's very clear that Starship can be stacked and put on. You can crown a Starship relatively quickly here, right? So I'd say in the future that Starships are probably going to be loaded a little ways away from the pad. And in the same way that if you were moving an airplane around, you'd have an airport tug and a tow bar, right? The SPMTs and the transport stool, that's your tow bar. That's your airport tug, right? Makes sense? So you'd ideally load people and cargo in a different spot, right? Because you'd want, if we're going to operate like an airport, right? Like what does the spaceport like that look like? you would want to divest cargo and passenger loading and unloading. You wouldn't want that happening near the launch pads where rockets are constantly launching, right? Just like how at an airport, your terminal is not near the damn your terminal is not near the runways. The runways are a little ways away, right? So you'd probably want to load people and cargo into this, and then you push back from the gate. Somebody taxis the SPMTs to the launch pad, right? You pick up Starship with people and cargo on board. You put them up there, connect the umbilical. People drive away from the pad. Boom, there you go. You're cleared for takeoff. We're not loading. You don't load and unload people on the damn runway. At an airport, do you? No. Instead of another road in SPMTs, hear me out, rails. Rails would probably make it easier for them to, 3LRD to line it up with the chopsticks. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Sounds like a long taxi. So, a 45-minute taxi, give or take. Hear me out. Catapult. Whoa. Stack Starship with crew on board with 0 emergency egress? You got a better solution? Last, good sir. How long was the crew sitting in Artemis before one launched? Like 4 hours? I don't see your last, Blackness. You're gonna have to type it again. I don't see. If you, dudes, just like, don't get me wrong, Blackness. This isn't just you. Like, I've seen other people do it. If you want me to see one of your messages and you tell me to see last, and the message that you sent isn't tagged, don't bother. Just type it again, please, for my sake. I try to keep up with everybody here, and that makes it a little bit easier if you just type the message again a little bit later. Epcot lift transport. Epcot lift? Question? Honestly, if you have a tower, why wouldn't you take advantage of that and have a lift? How are you going to load cargo, Fox? How do you load cargo? See, that's been my thing. Like, maybe that works with people, maybe. You know, but the people are still going to need to get to the pad. You still have to divest from, like, you're not loading, your terminal isn't at the pad, right? So that means people have to ride on a bus or something to the pad and then go up the elevator. Underground rail or route to pad. What's underground going to do? Why does it need to be underground? I'm confused. I mean, you guys understand what you're proposing is like loading cargo and passengers when a plane is on a runway, right? It's going to be a very long inflatable slide to egress Starship like a plane. Like you'd egress on the runway. We load fuel and people onto planes all the time, Drew. What I meant was like your EdgeCot project where nothing stops and everything moves. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get it. I see what you're saying. Like the people mover. Yeah, the people mover. I don't know. Just a thought. But then again, like a passenger starship is going to be very different from a Starlink starship, which is going to be very different from, you know, like a straight cargo starship, you know? How long does the taxi from the Mega Bay to the launch tower take? 45 minutes? I mean, if we're talking about this in like a theoretical point to point, the taxi takes longer than the damn space flight. You could do a New York to Tokyo flight in about 15 minutes. 45-minute taxi, you know? See, think about it like when the thing lands, too. It's got to land and it's got to get caught by a tower, and it can't get caught by a tower with a super heavy booster on it, right? So you have to let the starship down. Like, what do the chopsticks do? What do? Move the crew access arm? Right? Do you move the CAA into place while the starship is hanging from the chopsticks? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it might, actually. Maybe. You could parachute out. You could parachute out. You're right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Urban, what's up? 83-month resub. When planes have emergency egress on the runway, Starship would have to have something. So crew access is just for emergencies. I mean, you could put slide wire baskets up there. Slide wires would do it. But then again, you'd need a crew access arm either way. Yeah, Al, some rockets are moved around on rails. The Russians still do that. The Russians move Soyuz around on a rail system. Will these commercial Starship flights have pilots or be fully automated? I don't know. SpaceX really has been tight-lipped about how Starship's control systems would work. Will I have to put my phone in airplane mode or rocket mode at this point? Reed, Christina, Jeremy, and Victor had to put their iPhones in airplane mode. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, Brun. You're not getting cell reception up there. Like, I'm pretty sure that doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure you're going to have 0 bars when you're floating out by, like, looking over the Orenthal crater. Right? Like, just putting it out there. All right, so fairing struts are in position. Let's try this again. I don't want to listen to that song. No, we need a better song. Hold on. Coming in for landing. Bravo 6 going dark. But her name is Soap anyway. Had a Muppet like you get past selection. The most important part of the thing is, when does the first class get drinks? It's a 15-minute flight. They'll throw a bag of peanuts. No, not even that, dude. I wouldn't want peanuts all over the place. You know how much FOD that would make? I don't know about EJ, but I'd do it now if they had an escape pod in it. Would you get on a Starship if offered? No, not right now. What kind of mass are we lifting on this? This is Slick 6 is in a mobile service tower, Urban, so it's a lot. We got to be able to lift up shuttles. Why are you making me yawn so much, chat? Be quiet. Or, wait, no. You know what I mean. What's Collins, like 40 tons? I don't know, Urban. I haven't gone and checked, but I'll tell you what. Starting with a good old orange tank is always a winning decision, you know? I didn't make you yawn, you made me yawn. Alright, let's see if my struts up there for the sideways fairing helped. We are in limp mode. We're in Dave limp mode. Okay, here we go. You two-timing, backstabbing piece of eggplant shit! What? Hey, it docked, though. Guess that wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, no, Mutter, I wanted it to blow up in my face. Yeah, that's exactly what I want from this. That was even worse, dude. Huh. Sorry for swearing, that was my fault. See last, I think you need more structural rigidity on your crane. Maybe consider multiple vertical arms to lower the translational arms will provide with additional structural rigidity from the docking port, payload, and the rest of the structure. A lot of people in here that don't know much about making cranes in KSP, and it shows. No, guys, this system works. I got it to work with other cranes. I just never got it. I don't know why it doesn't like this one. I'm missing something. Hey, the crane stayed structurally rigid, though. The structure didn't deform, which is nice. Why docking ports and not the claw? The claw is imprecise, Turbine. It's imprecise. What's the actual fail point? The horizontal fairings are really causing me some headaches, man. What I don't get, dudes, is that I've pulled from this height before. Like, I've made cranes this tall. Well, maybe not this tall, but close. So these fairings are blowing up. And that time this fairing exploded too, which is just weird, man. Wait a minute. Those aren't going to be needed because that has same vessel interaction on it. Huh. That's really weird. That's why I didn't do struts over here. That's why I only did a strut in the center. Past DJ had these things held in position with same vessel interaction. It's never been a problem before, Ike. I've used this crane design many times. I don't know why it's screwing up so badly all of a sudden. Well, not all of a sudden, with this crane design. It's got to be something I'm missing. I added 2 struts to the crane, the base of the axis movement. Even for the desired payload. What do you mean, even for the desired payload? I told you I've used this design. This design is docked to stuff. It's the docking that's making it break. I don't understand. Like, where are we getting confused here? Hey, Tatum. Is there something I was missing? Like, I don't... Yeah, guys, all right. I guess I should explain myself a little bit better. A better way to describe this is it's not the payload. It's not the payload mass that's causing us problems here. It's docking. Docking is causing an issue. Oh, no. Docking port vessel hierarchy. That might be it. That might be it, dudes. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's the hierarchy. Let me force it. So depending on what type of vehicle it is, it sometimes freaks out or doesn't freak out. If we set the crane to a, what is it, base component, it'd make it so like sometimes, so say in Kerbal you have 2 ships you have a ship docking to a lander, right? Right? How Kerbal understands it is either one or the other. It's either the ship docks to the lander or the lander docks to the ship. If the ship docks to the lander, that means the lander takes priority. If the lander docks to the ship, that means the ship takes priority, right? In Kerbal, how you set your vehicle depends. Configure vessel naming. See, we're configured as a probe. If we set it to a base component, everything docks to a base component, right? So let's make sure that this thing reads as a base component. And then let's do this. That might be the problem. This is called docking vessel hierarchy, and when you're building a pad that kind of brings everything together like this, it can really nip you in the butt if you don't have it right. If you try to, like say you go to stack a booster and the pad docks to the booster instead of booster docking to the pad, you could have a really bad day real fast. Like what we're seeing here. Getting the docking vessel hierarchy figured out is very important. So let's just go into map view and make sure we're listed as a base component. We are. Base takes priority over station. Station docks to base. It's base, station, ship, lander, rover, probe. Yeah, it's out there. Debris is at the bottom. I just had to remember that, dude. All right, well, let's see if EJ's theory is right. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I don't know, Urban. I don't remember if I ever did that, but that would probably make a lot of sense to do, dude. No, the tank should be considered debris because it undocked. You know what? We took the gantry cranes from OPFC. That was something I used once or twice. How about we look at the Pad 1A crane fairings? Let me look at these ones. These ones had tons of dockings done. This was one of the most reliable cranes that I've ever made. I don't know why I didn't just start with this, but let's... What I'm looking for here is... Let's compare the diameters here. I may have tried to tighten them up between the two variants. I may have tried to screw around with them a little bit to get them right. Nope. Mosquito in here. Damn it. Nope, same diameter. That's so strange, dude. That's so weird. That shouldn't be doing that. What am I doing wrong? I missed something. I know I missed something. No, there's no heaviest part struts here, Angelic. It's all grandparent. There are some that don't have it enabled. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try getting rid of those. Those are the keepers on one side. I don't know why I would do that over just strutting the damn thing. Like that. Let's try that. Would it be worth it including a longer rigid section where the crane docking is? Now that shouldn't make a difference, Grizzlyback. I've done that, and I've done this exact thing with cranes in the past. Now, I'll admit I haven't done one with a crane that can move forward, back, left, and right. The cranes that I've used in the past can just move forward and back. So that tells me that something is going weird with our left-right axis, well, because it keeps blowing up. It's a collision detection that gets registered during docking. And I have a feeling that it... Oh. Maybe that gives it the play that it needs? I don't know. Let's try it. Maybe that's what it needs. Maybe it needs flex over there before it blows up. I don't know. We'll check it. This is what happens when you try to build an architecture like this, man. It gets tough. It's all right. Makes you a better Kerbal player. All right. Ready? Wait. The hell? It docked. Yeah, it didn't blow up. Yeah, that's what it should be doing. So it was those things on the end. But now, see, now we got a problem. That worked, and that worked just fine, but now my entire left to right axis is bent. Because it's under load. I don't know. Let's see if we can lift this thing first. It's not getting detached, it's stretching, guys. Dude, what? What's up? You guys like the blue ring rendering with a robotic arm so much, we went ahead and built a real one. Oh, neat. That's cool. That's a little guy. Okay, we got it to dock. It can't lift it up, so we gotta introduce an overclock into the cylinders. That's fine. That's easy. That's not the hard part. How do we get it to pick that thing up without bending? Had to really screw with our integration. I can't change the moving cylinder sex. That's just a part, dude. That was a good thought though. Got an idea. So, look. Getting those fairings to not move around is a pain in the butt, right? So it still doesn't... I'm still not 100% sure why these ones move around. Why the front-back ones don't move around, but the left-right ones do. Not 100% sure why that's going on. But it does sag. So, how about we do this? What if we flipped the fairings around? So made the fairing start over here and go that way. And then kept the shuttle over there. That would make it so the further that it goes, it actually gets stronger because it's closer to the baseline point. But when the thing is fully retracted over here, it's going to hold it in place so it won't sag. Can I ask what you use for music? Yeah, it's Suno. I'll link the playlist, Perseus. Ew, that's a really long playlist. I can't post the link, it's too long. Here, I'll post. Go there. All systems. It's the upbeat playlist. Use a URL shortener. Posting the main profile took less time than using a shortener. That's why I did it. Time is money, Brahman. Time is money. You should know this. What's wrong with you? Optimize. What's wrong with you? Yeah, no. What are you doing? All right, so undo those struts. Undo that one. And then undo that one, and that one, and then that one. Well, actually, we didn't need to undo those ones, but... All right, so... I'm wondering if we... Oh, geez. What did I just do? Oh, yeah, that's right. You want to work on this stupid thing, you got to do it this way. Flip that stupid thing around. Right? There we go. So now the fairings are over here. And actually what we can do... Now we rerun those struts over here, but we run them to the fairing base plate. Like that. Like that. And like... Hello? Okay. Now rotate this bad boy back into position. So now it's reversed, which is... a little weird to do that this way, but hey, whatever. All right, let's see if that does it. That might change something. Let's see if it stays more structurally rigid. Hey, Bestas, what's going on? Have you ever tried booster landings? Yeah, Wax, you sure? Are we gonna watch the progress docking today? NASA's stream starts in 30. Oh, progress? Yeah, we could do that. All right, let's see if we can get our crane working. Bestest, I'm building an integration crane, if you're wondering. This is going to be a crane that builds rockets. I'm building a VAB outside of the VAB. So I can reuse my rockets. Because if I, like Wax was asking, have you ever tried booster landings? Yes. I've landed boosters, picked them up with cranes, put them back on a launch pad, put fuel back in them, put a second stage and payload on top, and shot them off again. Oh yeah. Full reuse, no recovery. What I'm trying to do here is do that with a space shuttle. So if you can kind of picture a shuttle stack going here, I need a crane to be able to put the thing together if I want to reuse the shuttle. Have you ever caught a booster? Yes, but not one that came back from space. All right, we'll see if she blows up now. Structural failure on BZ-252 radial attachment point and telescoping cylinder. Oh, interesting. Up there? Huh. That was kind of a bad docking on my part. Do you guys mind if I try that again? That was sloppy. So is the cylinder not strong enough? No, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, it can't lift it right now. Last night you were watching a video from 9 years ago of an astronaut giving a tour of the ISS, and he mentioned a project he was working on and showed this big robot, like in storage, that looked like an Iron Man almost. What was that thing? It's the GM robot. It's called Robonaut. That thing. Yeah, that's the Robonaut. It was a partnership between NASA and General Motors about robotics in space. They don't use them anymore? I have no idea what that thing is doing. I have not seen it in decades. Alright. I've done this enough today. You guys want to watch that progress docking? Let's do that. That's gonna do it for part 7. We didn't get as far as I wanted to, but we'll come back and work on this later. I left myself a note. It's the part hierarchy that's getting temperamental up there. I built this for whatever reason with hard points, and the point that snapped was right here. I'm not sure why it did that. So I'm going to work on this. We got to work on rearranging how the parts go together up here. That's probably the reason why I should have clean sheeted this, but it's okay. We'll fix it. Yeah, it didn't really do what we want, but we'll get this crane working. Hopefully. You just showed it for like 3 seconds and mentioned it. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's switch over to progress docking here. Yeah, it's the hierarchy. So what's going on, guys, is when the docking, sometimes when the docking port is going to dock, it tries to snap dock. So they don't attach to each other like when they touch. Sometimes the game forces them together and it jumps the entire crane, probably about, I don't know, like an inch or something, like this much. The whole thing snaps. It's called snap docking. It does happen. And when it's doing that, it's pulling the entire crane down. And when it pulls the entire assembly down, it breaks everything up there. That's what's going on. The thing is that this is a well-known phenomenon. I know about this. It's happened to me many times with other crane designs. I just really thought that I would have a handle on it now. But then again, I haven't played in a little while, so... So let's switch coverage over to the Progress 95 docking. Let's watch a spacecraft dock with the ISS. So yeah, that's what we'll do here in a second. Yeah, are you using rigid attach? No, I don't use rigid attach. Rigid attach makes that snapping thing worse, from my experience. I wish I had the knowledge that I had, like in 2023. I was really good at playing Kerbal 1, dude. I could make anything work. Anything. We would never, like, and not only could I make it work, I could make it work on the first try. I'm rusty, which is annoying, but we're gonna have to dust off those cobwebs. How about using Kerbal attachment system? I don't know how that, I don't see how that's going to fix anything. Would that help? Frick if I know. You tell me. I've never used it. I have no idea.